The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 10th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Cloud to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties. And each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, is limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we honor a woman whose commitment to service has shaped Winchester for more than 6 decades. Carolyn Griffin began her community service 60 years ago with the Winchester Medical Center Auxiliary and has since become one of its most respected and enduring volunteers. From being a longtime participant in the hospital's follies to comforting children and reading to visually impaired patients, her compassion has touched countless lives. As chairwoman of the Animal Assisted Therapy Program, Carolyn leads more than 24 dog handler teams who bring healing and joy to patients throughout the hospital. While one extraordinary year produced nearly 12,000 volunteer hours, the program typically provides 2,000 to 3,000 hours of therapeutic support each year. Her service reaches far beyond the hospital. Carolyn devoted 22 years to Winchester City Council, guiding the city with wisdom and heart. Her 60 years with the Apple Blossom Festival included serving 2 years as festival president, and she was honored with the Salvation Army Certificate of Life membership for 5 decades of service. A small business owner, knitter, and active community member, Carolyn Griffin has made Winchester stronger, kinder, and better for all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mark Ingerson on his selection to the Virginia High School League Hall of Fame. This well-deserved honor reflects an exceptional career and a lasting impact on students at Salem High School and across the Commonwealth of Virginia. During his 23 years as head coach of Salem High School's speech, formerly forensics and debate teams, Mr. Ingerson built one of the most successful programs in VHSL history. His teams captured an astonishing 20 VHSL state championships, including a record 19 consecutive state titles in speech, an extraordinary achievement marked by sustained excellence and leadership. He coached 103 speech state champions, 59 runners-up, and 5 individual debate state champions. Beyond competition, he expanded opportunities statewide through the founding of the Southwest Virginia Forensics League, service on VHSL advisory committees, and the hosting of numerous tournaments. His 2-time recognition as the National Federation of State High School Association's Outstanding Speech and Debate Educator of the Year underscores his national impact. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Mark Ingerson on his induction into the VHSL Hall of Fame, a career defined by excellence and a lasting commitment to empowering student voices. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the James Wood High School girls volleyball team on their 4th consecutive VHSL state title and on finishing an incredible 30-2 season. This championship is especially meaningful for remarkable seniors Kennedy Spade and Brenna Corbin, who will graduate having won 4 state titles in 4 varsity seasons and had standout performances. Claire Kiefer will graduate with 3 championships and anchored the team with key blocks and aces. We also honor head coach Adrienne Patrick, who closes her 6th and final season with yet another championship. From the relentless play of teammates Kylie Plum, Kennedy Bauer, Kylie Putt, Reese Justice, Bella Middleton, Kyla Wilhelm, Kylie Bly, and Macy Hewitt to the late surges and unstoppable teamwork, this group showed what it means to refuse to quit. Today we honor not just a title but a legacy. James Wood became the first team in Frederick County history to win 4 straight state championships, a testament to tradition, excellence, and the family these girls have built together. Congratulations, Colonels, you've made history and you've done it with heart. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Glenver High School boys cross-country team on winning their first VHSL Class II state championship in program history on November 8th of last year at Green Hill Park in Salem, Virginia, not far from their home campus. Led by seniors Tyler Davis and Alden Smith, the Highlanders delivered an outstanding performance, finishing with 80 points and edging out Clark County and Stonewall Jackson high schools. Tyler Davis earned All-State honors, while Alden Smith also captured a Region 2C championship earlier this season. The championship team includes seniors Tyler Davis and Alden Smith, juniors Evan Harris, Asher Fought, Casey Weeks, Colin Grafeo, and Daniel Tozier, sophomores Jackson Wimmer and Cash Malcolm, and freshman Zach Davis. This historic season was guided by first-year head coach James Osborne and coach Rachel Milrens. I congratulate these student athletes, their coaches, and the entire Glenver community on an outstanding achievement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a milestone in the life of Derek Thompson, City Council President of the City of Mount Vernon. His 50th birthday celebrated this week. He will be doing the celebrating on Saturday night of his journey so far. Graduate of the Mount Vernon Public School System and now a professional in education in that very same school system. Twice elected to the Mount Vernon City Council, he's serving for the second time as its presiding officer. Derek, happy birthday. There's much more ahead for you and the people you serve. We salute you from the floor of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, the city of White Plains, Westchester County's seat of government, is a dynamic city of over 60,000 people, with major corporations headquartered there, such as Heineken USA, Atlas Air, and Danone North America, a shopping mecca with major regional businesses as well as small businesses, large national stores such as Neiman Marcus, Bloomingdale's, and Nordstrom's. There's a vibrant community with restaurants and entertainment and more. There's also a vibrant network of neighborhoods that link the residents of the community: Battle Hill, Fisher Hill, Gedney Farms, Rosedale, Raynal Park, Highlands, North Street, Carhart, Gedney Meadows, and more. They are linked by an organization that is the envy of other communities in Westchester, the White Plains Council of Neighborhood Associations. The group meets monthly to discuss the concerns of each of the diverse neighborhoods, and they meet with local elected officials to address the issues that arise. They link together for the active and festive elements of community life, and it reaches into the larger whole. Let me salute the current leaders of the association: President Michael Dalton, Vice President Sharon Woodford, Treasurer Tom Osbeck, and Secretary Michael Sanchez, along with many other active local association presidents. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute their community-minded activism. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute and recognize Ms. Tajon Nelson, who is Westchester's first African-American female commissioner of the County Board of Elections, as she celebrates her 50th birthday this week. Tajon has been long active in government and in the public arena in various leadership positions, and at her tender age, she has many more years of advancement and achievement and success ahead of her. Congratulations, Tajon. We're all part of your fan club right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Joe Schumacher for his 25 years of dedicated service to the great folks in Virginia's 1st Congressional District and to our nation. You know, Joe first served as Chief of Staff and District Director for my predecessor, Joanne Davis. He started with her in 2001, and then in 2007 came over and worked as a District Director in our office there. And Joe has just been incredible. A great leader, a great servant leader. He is connected in every way, shape, or form to the district, to the folks that either knock on the door or call on the telephone. In fact, he's proactive. He gets out there and interacts with folks to understand what is needed in our community, and then making sure, too, that we are a one-stop shop. That is, anything that comes in our office, we're going to help somebody. Even if it doesn't involve a federal agency or there's a federal nexus, Joe's going to make sure that we help those folks. His pride in the 1st Congressional District extends to everything that he does, and it's that caring about people and about issues important to the district that really make a difference. He's very energetic, and his commitment to bettering the lives of Virginians and folks in the 1st District is unparalleled. I'm deeply grateful to Joe for his years of service, his expertise, and his countless number of hours that he's spent, many, many hours of overtime out there working on behalf of the great folks in the 1st Congressional District. He's had a profound impact, not only on the district, but on my work. I look to him to make sure we understand what needs to happen, and he's there to help motivate me to get those things done. He's truly one of the finest leaders that I know, and I deeply appreciate his dedication to the great folks in the 1st District. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in recognizing Joe Schumacher for his 25 years of service to Virginia's 1st Congressional District and to our nation. I want to speak briefly, too, about community project funding. Through fiscal year 2026, the appropriations process, I was able to advocate and secure $20 million of taxpayer dollars money to come back to the 1st Congressional District. This is about making sure that we do our job here and make sure those districts get the dollars that our constituents pay into the federal system, make sure some of those dollars come back. And I'm proud to deliver results that matter to Chesterfield County, Matthews County, Bethel Manor Elementary School, the Middle Peninsula Chesapeake Bay Public Access Authority, the City of Williamsburg, Naval Weapons Station Yorktown, the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, and Colonial Behavioral Mental Health. It is not just abstract investments. These are projects that have an impact on communities. Things like Colonial Behavioral Health, where they're actually going to increase access, starting with primary care and then enhancing behavioral and mental health services. We're going to do things like protect drinking water there in the City of Williamsburg, supporting working waterfronts to make sure our economy continues to grow with industries that rely on having access to these creeks, and that means dredging the creeks to keep them open for boating traffic. We talked about the importance of access to mental health services, but comprehensive health care. Investing in major infrastructure projects, these things have massive impacts on communities and are leveraged in many ways to as much as 10 or 20-fold over the federal dollars that come to these localities. Community project funding, again, does the things that we're intended to do here in Congress, and that is bring back the dollars that our taxpayers pay to the federal government, bring them back to communities in ways that matter the most. And members of Congress that are elected to serve those people are the best judgment pieces or places where those decisions are made, and it's our job to make sure we advocate for those projects. And I'm proud to work on behalf of the Commonwealth to secure these $20 million that come back to these critical projects there in the 1st Congressional District and will make a difference, a tangible, meaning difference, a visual difference in what happens in the quality of lives of folks there in the 1st Congressional District. And it allows us, too, to make sure that, again, we do the most basic job here in our constitutional duty of making sure that we appropriate in ways that advance the interests and improve the quality of life in our communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we continue our celebration of Black History Month, I rise to recognize a Georgia trailblazer, Alana Myers-Taylor, a member of Team USA Bobsled. Alana is a mother of 2 and the only athlete from Georgia competing at the 2026 Olympic Winter Games in Milan. Born and raised in Douglasville, Georgia, Alana attended George Washington University on a softball scholarship. She began bobsledding in 2007 and is competing in her 5th Olympic Games for Team USA and has won 5 medals, making her the most decorated Black Winter Olympian in history. Alana has won 9 World Championship medals and 4 USA Bobsled and Skeleton Women's Athlete of the Year awards. She's also served as the president of the Women's Sports Foundation, giving a voice to women around the globe. Alana, your community is so proud of how you represent us on the world stage. On behalf of Georgia's 6th Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, we wish you all the best at the Olympics in Milan. Mr. Speaker, during Black History Month, a time of celebration and honoring of our ancestors, we cannot ignore the challenges we face as a nation. As the daughter of civil rights trailblazers, I take pride in serving as a leader within the Congressional Black Caucus. I know we must move forward with faith that our nation's best days remain in front of us if we continue to lead by example. I may have been just a child when the Congressional Black Caucus was formed, but its very founding embodied the spirit of what our dear friend John Lewis called good trouble. Following President Nixon's refusal to meet with the 13 founding members of the Congressional Black Caucus, our founders made national headlines when they decided to boycott his 1971 State of the Union address. Their efforts secured an audience with the president, where they went on to present 61 policy recommendations. They sought this meeting, and I quote, out of a deep conviction that large numbers of citizens are being subjected to intense hardship, are denied their basic rights, and are suffering irreparable harm as a result of current policies, end quote. It's striking to me to read these words because out of context, one might believe that these are words to describe the way so many of the American people feel about this moment, about this Congress, about this president. It's true that America has made remarkable progress since the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But I wonder who among the original 13 members of the Congressional Black Caucus would have dared to imagine that less than 40 years after their founding, that one of the CBC's members would be elected to the highest office in the land. Yes, the world has changed for Black people in America. But despite our gains, we are still grappling with a backlash to that progress. We see it in obvious ways like the hate and racism that spreads through social media posts. But even more concerning is the way in which federal policies exacerbate years of discriminatory practices against communities of color. We see it in housing discrimination, healthcare disparities, and wage gaps. We see it when the extraordinary service of the Tuskegee Airmen is scrubbed from the Department of Defense websites in an effort to erase their service to our nation. And we see it when the very teachings of Black history in our Smithsonian Institution are threatened by executive order. Just as the Congressional Black Caucus of 1971 did, the Congressional Black Caucus of 2026 refuses to stand by in the face of these efforts to undermine the impact and the importance of Black men and women. And we stand against extremists that would rather erase our history than address our needs. President Barack Obama said it best: on the challenges of our times, on the threats of our time. Members of the CBC have been leaders moving America forward. Yes, we have. And yes, we will continue to do so. And I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to share that over $24 million in community project funding is now coming home to Southeast Iowa, funding that has been signed into law and will soon begin making a real difference on the ground. This didn't happen overnight. It came after months of meetings with local leaders, carefully reviewing community priorities, submitting formal requests, and tirelessly advocating for these projects in Washington. Because of that work, we're delivering $6 million to replace the Cascade Bridge in Burlington, improving traffic safety and connectivity in the region, but most importantly, replacing this historic landmark and very much a community-desired project. We're paving hazardous school bus routes in Jefferson County, upgrading intersections in Coralville, and strengthening key emergency routes in Keokuk County. These are not abstract policies. They are practical, meaningful improvements that directly serve Iowans. I'm deeply grateful to the city and county officials who partnered with me on these efforts. I came to Congress to deliver for Iowa, and I'll continue fighting to make sure our communities get the support they've earned. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Washington Community Theater. Last week, the Washington Chamber of Commerce marked this milestone with a ribbon-cutting ceremony and a Live After 5 celebration, recognizing 5 decades of art, culture, and community collaboration. Since opening in 1976, the theater has served as a home for community productions and regional events, thriving because of community initiative and generous local support. Led by President Mike Jewell, the anniversary celebration honored the theater's boards and volunteers for their contributions and welcomed Mark Fisher, an experienced arts leader, as the new manager and technical director. Showcasing local and regional Iowa talent, the Washington Community Theater has become an important part of the community. It is a place where Iowans come together to enjoy theater and put in the hard work behind every production. The Washington Community Theater's strong reputation and lasting legacy reflect the powerful impact the arts have in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the historic win for Iowan and American seniors. This tax season, Iowa seniors are finally seeing meaningful relief that reflects a lifetime of hard work. Thanks to the Working Families Tax Cuts, seniors now qualify for a $6,000 Social Security tax deduction, giving them real financial breathing room and long overdue peace of mind after 4 years of high prices under the Biden administration. I recently enjoyed spending time in Pella with Iowa seniors and their families, many of whom are thrilled to be saving this tax season and were not aware of this provision. What mattered most was hearing directly how this new deduction will make everyday life better. For seniors living on fixed incomes, every dollar counts, and this policy puts more of their own money back where it belongs. Ending the double taxation of Social Security, these individuals will be impacted. 88% of seniors will benefit from these deductions to their Social Security taxation. Under the Working Families Tax Cuts, seniors age 65 and older can now claim a $6,000 individual deduction, while married couples filing jointly can claim $12,000, significantly reducing and, for most seniors, effectively eliminating federal taxes on Social Security benefits. After a lifetime of contributing to our communities and our country, seniors deserve real peace of mind, and this deduction helps deliver exactly that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as this year unfolds, the year of our 250th anniversary of our great country, the Declaration of Independence, I had the privilege yesterday of speaking at Loyola Marymount University in California to start, from our standpoint and theirs, this celebration. It was such a joy to behold the enthusiasm of the young students for our country and its heritage and its founding. President Thomas Poon welcomed me there, and I met with the administration as well as the teachers, but of course, all of us were there to celebrate the students as we go forward. Their enthusiasm about how they wanted to take the lead as we go forward, recognizing that so many of our founders were very young people. Not an American, but a Frenchman. Lafayette was 19 years old when he first started helping in our revolution, But I bring this to attention of colleagues because this is something that it's not just about the 250th anniversary, the vision that our founders had for this great country, the first time in the history of the world that a country was founded on the equality of people. And again, making pursuit of happiness part of that declaration. And that we had a Constitution that was so wise, it recognized that we couldn't do it all there, so it made it amendable. And in the history of our country, over time, freedom became even more broadly enjoyed, whether it was the abolition of slavery, the voting rights for black men, women having the right to vote, and then, of course, at Roe v. Wade and marriage equality and the rest. And the first time that we acknowledge that now our freedoms are being limited, and that's part of the discussion that we have to have now. It was a glorious occasion. And what I was saying to those students, there's nobody in the history of the world like any one of you. Know the power of you. Be ready. Know your why you would want to be involved in politics or in government and the rest, because we really need you to be there. But also appreciate I say, here, appreciate the education you have at this Jesuit institution, which is there for the for the glory of God as its value system. So it's not just about the education, but about the values that are being conveyed and exchanged, listening to the students, learning from them, those that we strive to teach and mentor, but also hearing what they have to say. So I'm grateful to them for giving me the opportunity to have this as one of my first events to observe publicly the anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, and that everything that flowed from that. I thank President Poon. I thank the university. So impressive to see the enthusiasm that Loyola Marymount University had for our great country. Another note, though, the day before, and I want to call this to the attention of some who may not be aware of what happened before. As the world knows and acclaimed the performance of Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl halftime. I rise with pride in that because we take pride in San Francisco Bay Area hosting. Even though we didn't have a team in the game, we had responsibility for hosting. Our mayor of San Francisco said, my main responsibility is the weather, and the weather was beautiful, and we were so happy to see all the patriotism, the songs that were sung throughout, the flag, the military were present, the flag, the planes that flew over, and then the beautiful performance led by Bad Bunny, and at the end of it he said, God bless America. It's interesting to see the reaction to it when people said, well, he's not an American. Yes, he is. He's a Puerto Rican, and he's an American. And I was recalling to friends, in 2002, I was in New Orleans for at the time it was the St. Louis Rams versus the Patriots, and the Patriots won, I think, their first Super Bowl, well, the first in a long time anyway, under Tom Brady and Belichick. And so anyway, at that one, the halftime performance was Bono and U2. They're Irish. They're not Americans. They're Irish. And it was received so beautifully by everyone. But the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that during U2's performance in the stadium in New Orleans, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations was behind him. That spirit existed Sunday in our stadium in San Francisco Bay Area when Bad Bunny performed. God bless America.
The lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Mark Burns, president of Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation, on his induction into the 23rd Annual Living Legends of Aviation. Founded in 2003, the Living Legends of Aviation Awards recognize individuals who have significantly impacted the aviation industry. This includes entrepreneurs, innovators, industry leaders, astronauts, record setters, pilots turned celebrities, and celebrities who have become pilots. A Savannah native, Mr. Burns earned his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Georgia Southern University and began working at Gulfstream Aerospace in 1983. Over the course of more than 4 decades, he has served in numerous leadership roles across the company, including engineering and customer support. In July of 2025, Mr. Burns was named president of Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation, proudly leading the organization since then, contributing significantly to its growth and its success. Congratulations, Mr. Burns, on your leadership in both the aviation industry and your induction into the Living Legends of Aviation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and the legacy of Michael Adams, the former president of the University of Georgia. Unfortunately, Dr. Adams passed away on January 25th at the age of 77. From 1977 to 2013, he served as the University of Georgia's 21st president, transforming our state's flagship university into one of the nation's most prominent public institutions. Under his visionary leadership, enrollment grew from nearly 30,000 to 35,000 students. Federal research expenditures nearly tripled, and the endowment more than doubled. Dr. Adams oversaw more than $1 billion in campus construction and renovation, creating vital facilities for teaching, research, and student life. His success as a university administrator was recognized by more than 50 higher education awards. He deeply believed in the transformative power of higher education, and his stewardship directly strengthened Georgia for generations. Dr. Adams has left an enduring legacy that will forever touch the soul of our beloved state. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Colonel Stephen Tracker Thomas, who is retiring from command of the Georgia Combat Readiness Training Center at Savannah Air National Guard Base. Since assuming command in 2023, Colonel Thomas has led this premier training hub with unmatched commitment and devotion. Drawing on nearly 2 decades of combined active duty and Air National Guard service, he elevated the CRTC's role in preparing warfighters for great power competition. Under his leadership, the center continued hosting quarterly large force exercise training specialists in theater deployable communications, and delivering exclusive cross-demand training from Charleston to Orlando. His vision has solidified the CRTC as a vital national asset for the Air Force, Air National Guard, reserves, and other partners. Thank you, Colonel Thomas, for ensuring global air readiness and dominance. We wish him and his family a fulfilling retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of George Wittenberg, a bright young man taken from us far too soon following a tragic car accident on January 30th. George was a 21-year-old student at the University of Georgia from Austin, Texas. He was a beloved son, brother, cousin, and friend whose infectious spirit touched countless lives. Through his involvement in Sigma Phi Epsilon and Crew, a religious organization at the University of Georgia, George exemplified faith, leadership, and kindness. His friends would describe him as smart, confident, and a source of comedic relief, a Christ-like man who overcame personal struggles to inspire others toward ministry and service. George's personal growth and friendship have left a lasting impact on the Athens community, with thousands praying for him following the accident. Our hearts ache for this loss. I pray for the Wittenberg family and all who knew him. May God's perfect plan bring you comfort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to deliver over $2 million in federal funding to the City of Los Angeles Crisis and Incident Response through Community-Led Engagement Program, or CIRCLE. CIRCLE is a 24/7 unarmed response program that sends a team of mental health professionals and individuals to address non-urgent LAPD calls relating to the homeless population. Through the use of this federal funding, CIRCLE will now expand to more communities in my district, including North Hollywood and Sun Valley. By meeting people where they are, CIRCLE helps prevent crises from escalating and connects individuals with the service and long-term support that they need. The safety and prosperity of communities in the San Fernando Valley is one of my most critical priorities. I'm working with stakeholders and leaders across my district to ensure that all people feel safe and welcome in my district. I'm proud to bring these resources that will improve mental health and address substance abuse within the homeless population. I'm proud to secure over $1 million in federal funding to the CSUN Autodesk Technology Engagement Center. This center will be a tech hub where students in our community will be able to explore their curiosities in STEM through hands-on learning opportunities. These funds will allow the center to purchase cutting-edge tools and equipment for the Discovery Lab, Student Success Center, and other state-of-the-art technology. As challenges continue to plague our country, including climate disasters and health-related threats, it's important that we understand how STEM can be used to solve these issues. As an engineer and former STEM educator, I have seen firsthand what can be done when we provide accessible STEM education resources to communities with diverse backgrounds. For over 65 years, CSUN has provided students across the San Fernando Valley with the educational opportunities that they need to succeed in our world. With the funding I was able to help secure for the Autodesk Technology Engagement Center at CSUN, CSUN will be able to continue preparing students for the workforce. I'm confident that with this support, students will feel encouraged to pursue careers in STEM and create innovative solutions to solve the demands of our ever-changing world. I'm proud to deliver $1 million in federal funding to Los Angeles Valley College for a new cybersecurity center. This funding will provide the latest software and training for our current and future cybersecurity professionals to engage with. Cybersecurity is one of the fastest growing career fields in California and across the country. In fact, California has promoted a statewide initiative to train 50,000 entry-level cybersecurity professionals by 2030. The expansion of STEM education in my district will help close equity gaps and barriers that traditionally exist. Meeting the demand for careers in cybersecurity not only boosts our workforce, but also ensures that the United States remains a global leader. Cybersecurity education needs to be accessible, and this center will foster those opportunities for students from diverse backgrounds to gain experience from those who are in the cybersecurity field. It also ensures that our workforce is better equipped to prevent the threat of cybersecurity threats to our key infrastructure. I look forward to working with LA Valley College to continue paving pathways for students to access high-paying, in-demand careers. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishback, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ellen Lampton of Perham on her National Service Honor Award. This prestigious award, presented by Helper Helper, is reserved for individuals who embody the very best of civic responsibility. Since 2022 alone, Ellen has dedicated over 1,000 hours of service across nearly 300 separate volunteer commitments. Whether she is volunteering at the Perham Living Gift Shop, assisting with local bake sales, or spending countless hours calling bingo games for residents, Ellen's presence is a constant source of joy and stability. Her service goes far beyond mere numbers. It is defined by what her neighbors describe as a spirit of generosity, leadership, and deep compassion. As her colleagues at Perham Health and Perham Living can attest, volunteers like Ellen are the heartbeat of our rural communities. Her dedication reminds us all of the difference one person can make when they lead with heart and faith. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding educator and mentor, Dave Blanchard, who was recently honored by the Prairie Conference for 27 years of dedicated service to the Long Prairie Gray Eagle School community. For nearly 3 decades, Dave has been the definition of stepping up whenever needed. In addition to being a cornerstone of LPGE's English department, he has served as a coach for football, volleyball, and baseball, and as the National Honor Society and One Act Play advisors. As the LPGE Activities Director recently noticed, Dave's positive presence and willingness to serve have made a lasting impact on generations of students and staff. He is a reminder that the success of our school depends not just on what happens in the classroom, but on the selfless dedication of those who support our students in every area of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Brock Nelson from Warroad, Minnesota, on his selection to the 2026 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team. Throughout his career, Brock has defined himself through quiet leadership and an unwavering work ethic. Whether on the ice for Avalanche or representing the Stars and Stripes, he carries the spirit of the state of hockey with him. The nation, and especially the folks back home in Warroad, are rooting for you, Brock. We look forward to watching you lead Team USA to victory. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, prices are too high. Under Trump's economy, Americans are paying more. And just the other day, Trump said he's very proud of this economy. Americans cannot afford this Trump economy. Under the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation, they have said that Trump and Republicans, under their watch, the U.S. has had the largest tax increase as a percent of GDP since 1993 because of tariffs. This tariffs is a tax on U.S. and Americans. They're estimating that U.S. households are paying $1,000 more in 2025, and it's going to go up in 2026. Now let's talk about electricity prices. Families across the country are opening their electric bills and they're asking, why is my bill so high? And is anyone doing anything to bring down these prices? The Trump administration promised Americans they would cut costs, including energy costs. They promised cheaper power. Instead, families are paying more right now, while fossil fuel companies take in record profits. Families are afraid to use the air conditioner during dangerous heat waves because their electricity costs will spike. Seniors are turning off the heat on frigid winter days, and prices jumped sharply last year, far faster than paychecks. Last year, there were 43 different electricity rate hikes across the country, totaling over $11 billion in new costs for ratepayers. Millions of households are saying, I cannot afford this. They are already behind on their utility bills, and more households have had their electricity shut off by utilities. This is not an accident. This is a choice by Trump and Republicans. Clean energy like wind and solar paired with battery storage is the cheapest power we can build. If we build more of it, we can lower electricity prices, which means American families will be able to turn the heat on in the winter or the AC on during dangerous heat waves. But the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop clean energy that will help lower costs for the American taxpayer. They're rolling back programs to help build low-cost power. They are making it harder to build new wind, solar, and transmission projects that were already planned, financed, and under construction to deliver cheaper electricity are now stalled or scraped. The result? Higher prices for working families. House Democrats are fighting for affordable clean energy. We believe energy policy should make life easier, not harder. We believe the way to lower prices is to build more clean, affordable power, not less. We believe that no senior should have to choose between heat and medicine, and no family should have their power shut off while fossil fuel companies make more money than they've ever seen in the past. Americans deserve better than broken promises and rising bills. We must deliver lower cost, including lower energy costs for American families. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the beloved Colfax boys basketball coach, Reese Jenkin. Coach Jenkin is battling stage 4 pancreatic cancer with the same courage and determination he has inspired his players for years. Just this week, for the first time in over a month, he returned to Colfax High School, not to coach, but to cheer on his son, Adric, on senior night. Despite the toll of his treatments, Coach Jenkins' trademark positivity and radiant smile lit up the gym as he hugged his seniors and encouraged his team from the sidelines. That night, Adric delivered an incredible 38-point performance, leading the Bulldogs to victory and completing a perfect 20-0 season. Yet the true victory was seeing Coach Jenkins there, living proof of the strength that love, faith, and community provide. The entire Colfax community, including the entire Eastern Washington community, stands behind Coach Jenkins as he continues this fight. His perseverance, humility, and devotion remind us all of what real leadership looks like, both on and off the court. Mr. Speaker, today is World Pulses Day, and I rise to celebrate Eastern Washington's pulse growers. What is a pulse, you say? Well, one of the reasons I am standing on the House floor is to give rise to the new branding of the hardworking farmers who produce lentils, chickpeas, dry beans, and peas that feed our nation and the world. Pulses are a powerhouse crop, rich in protein, packed with nutrients, and a cornerstone of healthy diets across the globe. But they're also a win for our soil and our climate. By fixing nitrogen naturally, they reduce the need for fertilizers that help sustain productive farmland for future generations. In communities on the Palouse like Pullman, Colton, and Moscow, chickpeas and lentils aren't just an agricultural success story. They're a symbol of innovation, stewardship, and community pride. As we mark World Pulses Day, let's recognize these growers and their vital role they play in strengthening both our food system and our rural economies. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Pat Tully, one of the few remaining D-Day veterans, as he marks his 105th birthday. Sprague's own Joseph Patrick Pat Tully stands as a shining example of dedication, resilience, and character through every chapter of his remarkable life. After graduating from high school in 1940, Pat answered his country's call, enlisting the U.S. Army Signal Corps and helping maintain a vital communications during the buildup to D-Day. Serving with the 980th Signal Corps Service Company, he crossed the icy North Atlantic in convoy to Liverpool before supporting the Allied forces during and after the Normandy invasion. When asked for the secret of 105 years of his remarkable life of sound mind and body, Pat replied simply, 2 glasses of red wine, daily exercise, and a life of service. Eastern Washington, and indeed our entire nation, salute you for your remarkable example. Happy 105th birthday to Pat Tully, and thank you for your incredible life of service to our nation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Federal immigration agents are out of control. President Trump and Secretary Noem have turned ICE and Border Patrol into masked paramilitary forces that are terrorizing our neighborhoods. They're operating outside the law, terrorizing our communities, violating court orders, and shooting and killing immigrants and American citizens alike. I've co-sponsored articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem, and I've voted against funding the Department of Homeland Security to hold this administration accountable. ICE must be defunded and dismantled. I'm working to take the $75 billion that Republicans gave to ICE in the big bad bill and invest the money where it belongs, expanded health care and affordable housing. Because every taxpayer dollar is better spent doing virtually anything other than funding this brutality. I won't stop fighting until the families in Denver and across the country are safe from these thugs. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Connop, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikaladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote-unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and either raped underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about. It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America. They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high. Worker salaries are less than they have been for 75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working-class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress, those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile. Investigate them, prosecute them, and let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank the Speaker for recognizing me, and I ask for the 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Social Security. It is a sacred trust, a solemn promise to generations of America's workers, a promise that includes a retirement benefit that is earned, a disability benefit in the event of injury, and also a survivorship benefit, an insurance benefit for families if the earner becomes ill or is fatally hurt and dies. This belongs to all Americans who work. Workers pay into this earned benefit system, and they do it through their FICA taxes. It comes out of your check every month. Social Security is earned. Yet President Trump and his administration, especially the Doge boys, I bet you nobody in this chamber even knows their names, have worked to weaken this 90-year-old security benefit. The Trump administration and their approach threatens the Social Security Administration's ability to operate. They've already cut over 7,000 jobs of employees who administer this program to millions of Americans from coast to coast. In my district alone, there was an 11% decrease in Social Security field office workers. And that means appointments are delayed, questions can't be answered for months, sometimes the phone isn't answered through no fault of their own. I want to say to every single public employee who works in a Social Security office across this country, you are patriots. Thank you for the work you do. We salute you. We salute you for your patriotism. Meanwhile, the Social Security Administration says they're not closing any offices, but the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, is attempting to weaken and dismantle a system which has stood tall for almost a century, created by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. More than 11,000 Americans turn 65 each day. Many will graduate to access benefits and ultimately Medicare for their own health, and Congress must ensure that our citizens have a guaranteed, safe, and secure retirement. They worked for it. DOGE not only threatens Social Security by removing vital staff across our country, but by mistreating and exposing beneficiaries' private and personal information. In my entire lifetime, I have never seen strangers go into the U.S. Treasury Department and peek at other people's private beneficiary records. This is un-American. We can't even name the names of those who did this. The private information of the American people should not be fed into AI software somewhere or made open for entire internet, which is full of hackers, to access. We must protect the assets of our people and those who trust this program. Social Security information has always been private until now. Social Security is often the only resource that keeps our seniors out of poverty. More than 7 million Americans over the age of 65, for them, at least 90% of their income comes from Social Security, which they earned. Of those 7 million, almost half would not be able to afford essentials, food, housing, clothing, without Social Security benefits. And now, due to tariffs and Trump-caused inflation, those costs continue to go up, up, and up for everybody, including seniors, and it's hardest on them. Every county in Ohio has at least 20% of its population receiving some form of Social Security benefits, and this means Social Security plays a huge role economically in northwestern Ohio's economy. Standing up for our region and our seniors is one of my highest priorities in Congress, and that's why last year, when Social Security celebrated its 90th birthday, I introduced a resolution to demonstrate continued support from Congress for this program. It must be strengthened to support Americans and the next generation throughout their retirement for decades to come. Raising the retirement age would reduce benefits for millions of Americans, placing an unnecessary burden on seniors and those close to retirement. I promise to oppose any changes to the retirement age for these vital national retirement, disability, and insurance programs. If seniors choose to keep working after 60, after 65, that's okay, but they will be taxed on their income. That's only fair, but that FICA tax will go into Social Security. And I thank all of our colleagues who joined my resolution and urge others to consider supporting this resolution, which demonstrates the House of Representatives' dedication to protect retirement security by not raising the retirement age. I support strengthening Social Security, not cutting and gutting. And Mr. Speaker, let me just end with Social Security is a sacred trust from one generation to the next, and we intend to keep it. God bless you. God bless every senior in this country and those who will access that important age of 65, 66 very soon. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Officer Joshua Hobson of the Bethlehem Police Department for an act of service that reflects the very best of our law enforcement. While working an overtime shift, Officer Hobson responded to a call that was first reported as a burglary. It turned out to be an 88-year-old resident who was deeply concerned about the lock on her front door, and she no longer felt safe in her own home. After inspecting the door, Officer Hobson realized the lock had been improperly installed. Instead of just filing a report and moving along, he took it upon himself to go to a local store, purchase a proper lock, and install it himself, giving this resident the peace of mind that she had been missing. This story is just one example of the many behind-the-scenes ways that our local law enforcement serves their communities every single day. Officer Hobson's actions reflect the care, professionalism, and compassion that define the men and women who protect our communities. I'm grateful for Officer Hobson and for the men and women of the Bethlehem Police Department who work every day to keep our community safe. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kate Gilchrist, a senior at Parkland High School and a resident of Orfield, for an extraordinary achievement. Kate was recently selected as an Emerging Young Artist Awardee, one of just 15 nationwide whose work will be displayed prominently here in Washington, D.C. This program highlights talented artists with disabilities and supports their growth in the creative economy. Kate's work reflects creativity, confidence, and resilience, and her selection is a testament to her talent and determination. It's inspiring to see a young person from our community recognized on the national stage for telling her story through art. As a fellow Parkland Trojan, I congratulate Kate, her family, and her teachers, and I wish her continued success as she pursues her passion and future opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mario Landino, a graduate of Emmaus High School, for representing our community on one of football's biggest stages. Recently, Mario played in the College Football National Championship as a member of the Indiana University Hoosiers, starting on the defensive line as his team captured the national title. Back home in Emmaus, where I reside, friends, former teammates, coaches, and neighbors came together to cheer him on, a testament to the character and leadership that Mario has shown both on and off the field. Mario's success reflects the hard work, discipline, and values instilled by his family, coaches, and community. I congratulate him on this incredible achievement and wish him all the best in the continued success in the years that lie ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Jim Van Wert, a dedicated member of the Lower Macungie Fire Department, who recently passed away after 45 years of service to our community. Jim devoted his life to protecting others, serving in many roles over the decades, including nearly 25 years as Assistant Fire Chief. His leadership, experience, and commitment helped shape the department and mentor generations of firefighters. For nearly half a century, Jim answered the call whenever his neighbors needed help. His service reflects the dedication and sacrifice that define fire departments across our region. I extend my deepest condolences to Jim's family, his fellow firefighters, and the entire Lower Macungie community. As a Lower Macungie resident, I thank you for your service and the sacrifice that you gave. We also want to say that you will never be forgotten, and we're grateful for the example you have set for all those who serve. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have one final presentation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kevin Cahill, head coach of the Lehigh University football team, for earning the Eddie Robinson Award, presented to the top head coach in the Football Championship Subdivision, or FCS. This national honor reflects Coach Cahill's leadership in building Lehigh football and restoring a championship culture. Under his guidance, the Mountain Hawks captured back-to-back Patriot League titles, earned consecutive SCF playoff appearances, and completed an undefeated regular season. Beyond the wins, Coach Cahill has built a program centered on discipline, teamwork, and student-athlete leadership, values that reflect the very best of the Lehigh University community. I congratulate Coach Cahill, his staff, and all of the student-athletes on this well-deserved recognition and thank them for representing Bethlehem and the Lehigh Valley with excellence both on and off the field. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House is in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy Lord, make our love increase. Reach into our hearts and minds and inspire us to let go of our animosity and disdain for the people and situations that disturb us. Replace our distrustful attitudes with a growing reliance on you, and deepen our faith that we would believe your hand is at work in our lives and in every soul and every circumstance. Then, as we find ourselves growing in care and concern, may we overflow in our desire to love, and then find ourselves within ourselves the willingness to love others even as you have loved us. Strengthen our hearts as well, for as motivated as we may be one day to do the right thing, to stay on the right path, to think and speak in the way you would have us do, it doesn't take but one irritating encounter, one misunderstood comment, one difficult morning to find ourselves out of sync with your desire for the day and for our lives. Infuse us this day with strength and purity, that we may appear blameless in your sight, confident in your mercy, and upheld by your steadfast love. In your strong and gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful that this week House Republicans, led by House Speaker Mike Johnson, will vote on the SAVE Act. This legislation will work to ensure election security, restoring public trust in the electoral process. The bill would promote valuable rights through common sense, such as mandating a valid photo ID for all federal elections, requiring documentary proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections, forcing states to identify and remove non-citizens from existing voting rolls. As a former Lexington County Election Commissioner, I know firsthand these reforms are basic, and opposition sadly reveals opening the door for ballot fraud. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump as Putin destroys Ukrainian civilian utilities to freeze Ukrainians murderously deprived of electricity, heat, water, with the temperatures below zero. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of a pillar in the Western Massachusetts community and a fixture in Berkshire County, my dear friend Bill Sturgeon. Born to a firefighter and a nurse from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, Bill graduated from Pittsfield High School in 1966 before enlisting in the U.S. Army in 1969. He proudly served our country during the Vietnam War and was awarded the Bronze Star for his heroic achievements. Bill continued that service upon his return home, working as a police officer in both Lanesboro, Massachusetts, and the Pittsfield, Massachusetts police departments. In 2008, Bill hosted the first radio show at WBRK Radio, embarking on a remarkable journey to becoming one of the most iconic voices in Berkshire community history. As a self-described Kennedy Democrat, Bill hosted guests from all across the political spectrum and from all walks of life on WTBR's Morning Drive. He welcomed debate that was respectful, substantive, and grounded in a genuine desire to inform rather than inflame. I can say with all confidence that he's the only reporter whom I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with who started the interview with me by saying, "Hey there, handsome." Needless to say, Bill Sturgeon is truly one of a kind. Mr. Speaker, the American people are forever grateful to Bill Sturgeon for his service to our nation, and the people of Berkshire County are forever grateful to him for being part of their morning drive. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. As a point of personal privilege, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for the dictionary that he sent to all of us who still believe in those things and not computers. Thank you very much, sir. There you go. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something that's a real big deal. Mount Olive Pickle Company in Mount Olive, North Carolina is celebrating 100 years with more than 230 million jars of pickles, peppers, and relishes flying off the shelves every year. Mount Olive has been a cherished favorite in kitchens around the globe. Pickles on your sandwiches, relish on hot dogs, good. Founded in 1926 by Shukri Badur, George Moore, and a group of dedicated local leaders, the company was created with the spirit of community in mind, believing that their success meant success for their hometown. So, let's raise our jars and toast a century of tasty impact and a legacy that continues to enhance dinner tables. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and thank you for those comments. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1042 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 1042. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2189 to modernize federal firearms laws to account for advancements in technology and less than lethal weapons and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-18 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and two, one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 261 to amend the National Marine Sanctuaries Act to prohibit requiring an authorization for the installation, continued presence, operation, maintenance, repair, or recovery of undersea fiber optic cables in a national marine sanctuary if such activities have previously been authorized by a federal or state agency. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and two, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3617 to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act to secure the supply of critical energy resources, including critical minerals and other materials, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and two, one motion to recommit. Section 4. Each day during the period from February 10th, 2026 through July 31st, 2026 shall not constitute a calendar day for purposes of Section 202 of the National Emergency Act 50 U.S.C. 1622 with respect to a joint resolution terminating a national emergency declared by the President on February 1, 2025, April 2nd, 2025, July 30th, 2025, or August 6th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule providing for consideration of 3 measures. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3617, the Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 261, the Undersea Cable Protection Act, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 2189, the Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us once again exposes a fundamental divide in the House. Republicans are focused on protecting American lives, American infrastructure, and American national security. Democrats are focused on protecting bureaucracies, activist pressure campaigns, and the broken systems that they created. For years, Democrats have governed by slogan instead of substance. They talk about safety, but undermine law enforcement. They claim to care about national security, but allow infrastructure critical to that mission of security to decay. And they give lip service to the need to reshore our supply chains while time and again supporting policies and legislation that ensures that America remains dependent on our foreign adversaries. Their opposition to the rule today undermines and underlines the stark contrast between the left's words and their actions, which threaten and undermine our country. Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2189, the Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act. Every single day, law enforcement officers are asked to make split-second decisions in dangerous, unpredictable situations. In those moments, officers should have access to every appropriate tool available to de-escalate encounters, protect themselves, and to save the public's lives. Yet standing in their way is outdated federal law. Under current statute, less than lethal devices like tasers are still treated like firearms. That classification no longer reflects modern technology, modern training, or modern policing. And it creates unnecessary barriers for law enforcement agencies across this country. These devices are designed to temporarily incapacitate an individual without causing serious or permanent injury. They play a critical role in real-world law enforcement encounters by giving officers a non-lethal option to defuse potentially violent situations and protect both officers and the public at large. But because these de-escalation tools are misclassified under federal law, the consequences are real. Law enforcement agencies and communities, they face higher costs, procurement delays, and unnecessary regulatory hurdles, including taxes and rules written over 50 years ago that were never intended to apply to modern, less than lethal technology. And at a time when departments are investing in better training, accountability, and modern technology to reduce fatal encounters, access to less than lethal alternatives should be expanding, not shrinking. Federal law should be keeping pace with innovation, not trapping law enforcement in the past. The Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act updates this outdated framework and acknowledges a simple fact. Law enforcement officers need access to better tools in order to do their job safely and effectively. The bill ensures less than lethal devices are treated for what they are, tools in de-escalation, not firearms. It draws clear lines, focuses on devices designed to incapacitate without causing serious injury, and explicitly prevents any device that would be converted into a lethal weapon from falling under the new definition. Democrats will claim that this bill is dangerous. They always do. But the real danger is forcing our law enforcement officers into a false choice between using deadly force or no force at all. If we are serious about reducing violent encounters and saving lives, we should be focused on giving officers more options to de-escalate situations when seconds matter. Mr. Speaker, The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 261, the Undersea Cable Protection Act of 2025. This bill is about infrastructure most Americans will never see, but every single one of us rely on them every single day. From sending an email to making a phone call to moving money across the globe, undersea cables are the backbone of the modern world. In fact, undersea cables carry more than 95% of global internet traffic. They support military communications. They move trillions of dollars in financial transactions and keep the global economy functioning. Protecting this infrastructure is not just about speed or convenience. It's about national security. Route diversity matters. When too many cables are forced into the same landing areas, vulnerabilities increase and adversaries take notice. And despite the importance, undersea cables projects face duplicative and unnecessary regulatory hurdles. Even after projects receive all required federal and state approvals, agencies can still demand additional authorizations, slowing installation, maintenance, and repair work that's critical to keeping these systems secure. We see this pattern far too often in Washington. Projects are approved, but delays pile up anyways. Timelines slip, responsibility gets passed around, bureaucracy grows while real-world risks go unaddressed. We saw this same pattern play out in upstate New York. Micron is making a historic investment in bringing advanced semiconductor manufacturing back into the United States, creating thousands of good-paying jobs and strengthening our domestic supply chains, critical to our national security. Yet, even after clearing one of the most stringent state environmental review processes in the country, the project is subjected to duplicative federal reviews that reach the same exact conclusions again and again. Those delays were not about environmental risk. They were bureaucratic duplication, years of lost time before construction can even begin. That is not environmental protection, it's regulatory paralysis. And it is the same kind of post-approval delay and second-guessing that puts critical projects, including our undersea cable installation, maintenance, and repair at risk, at a time when adversaries are actively probing undersea infrastructure. Washington should be focused on protection, resilience, and readiness, not red tape. That's exactly what the Undersea Cable Protection Act of 2025 does. It prevents agencies from piling new permitting requirements onto projects that have already been reviewed and approved. It allows installation, maintenance, and repair to move forward without unnecessary delay while preserving coordination and oversight. Nothing in this bill weakens environmental laws. Nothing strips oversight and accountability. It simply says that once the government's completed its review, it should not keep finding new ways to slow down critical security infrastructure. If Democrats were serious about national security, we could pass this on suspension. They would support protecting the infrastructure that carries our communications, our commerce, and our defense information. Instead, they will continue to defend a broken process that leaves critical assets exposed and America more vulnerable than it should be. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 3617, the Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act. Critical minerals are essential to modern life. They are used in defense systems, energy infrastructure, manufacturing, and the advanced technologies that power our economy and keep this country secure. Without reliable access to these materials, everything built on top of them becomes vulnerable. Yet for years, Washington policies have discouraged domestic production and pushed our supply chains overseas. The result was predictable. The United States became dangerously dependent on foreign sources for critical minerals, often controlled by adversarial nations that do not share our interests or our values. And American jobs were lost, and supply chains were weakened, and foreign governments gained leverage over materials our economy and national defense rely on every single day. That is the damage this Congress is now working to reverse. Energy security has been a core national security concern before. After the oil crises of the 70s, Americans learned the hard way what happens when adversaries control the resources our economy depends on. And today we face a similar threat, not just in energy, but across the next generation of industries like artificial intelligence and advanced manufacturing, defense systems that all rely on critical minerals. After decades of degrowth policies that drove energy production, mining, and refining all overseas, our adversaries exploited those vulnerabilities. The result is an economy that leaves American families exposed to decisions made in places like Communist China. We've already seen this play out. Communist China has taken steps to restrict exports of key minerals, including antimony, which is essential to defense manufacturing for systems like radar. That is not a theoretical risk. It's an active leverage being used against the United States today. And under President Trump, the United States has begun to change course by prioritizing domestic production, strengthening supply chain security, and treating critical minerals as a strategic national interest. H.R. 3617, the Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act, builds on that effort. It forces the federal government to take a hard look at where America is vulnerable, improves coordination across agencies, and ensures securing critical minerals is treated as a priority, not as an afterthought. The bill strengthens the Department of Energy's role in identifying supply chain risks and supporting responsible domestic production, refining, and processing. So America is not forced to rely on adversaries for materials essential to our economy and to our defense. And let's be clear about what this bill does not do. It does not eliminate environmental review. It does not lower standards. It simply says America should be able to responsibly produce what it needs here at home instead of outsourcing our future to foreign powers. Instead of trying to score political points, Democrats should support efforts to close the supply chain vulnerabilities that Communist China actively exploits to the detriment of the American people. If Democrats were serious about supply chain security and national defense, this is exactly the kind of bill that they would support. Instead, they spent years defending policies that left America exposed. Republicans are choosing strength, security, and self-reliance. Democrats choose dependence and delay. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I listened to every word of my colleague from New York's very long speech regarding the bills that the House is considering today. I might perhaps offer a different picture that I think the American people ought to consider. I think, as you know, Mr. Chairman, last month, the U.S. economy shed over 100,000 jobs. 100,000. It was the worst month with respect to job losses since the Great Recession in 2009. Prices are going up across the board. Everything is getting more expensive. Orange juice is more expensive. Ground beef is more expensive. Countless Americans across our country are struggling. Last year, we experienced a 46% jump in farm-related bankruptcies. Rural America is struggling under this president's reckless policies. Americans across the country are struggling economically because of House Republicans' reckless policies. So, for all those who wonder whether politicians in Washington might offer a solution to what ails our country economically, have no fear. House Republicans have come up with an answer. This week, they are focused on what really matters to the American people. Cutting taxes for tasers and making it easier for multinational tech companies, monopolies, to build undersea cables through marine sanctuaries. Those are the bills that we're considering today on the floor. That is their answer to the economic crisis that has befallen the people of our great country. It's absurd. Absurd. And It begs the question, why? Why would House Republicans choose this course? Again, given all the challenges that I know their constituents face, as mine do. Unfortunately, it is a reflection of the core values of just too many of my colleagues on their side of the aisle, who invariably, incessantly, inherently are dispositioned to favor the ultra-rich and the biggest corporations on planet Earth. And anyone who doubts it, consider the bills that we're debating today. I got to tell you, I do a lot of town halls in my district. I represent the great state of Colorado. I know the chairman, being from Nevada, knows my state quite well. I represent a large district in western Colorado and northern Colorado. It's bigger than 8 states, with no offense to my colleagues from New Jersey or Maryland or Rhode Island. It's a huge district, which means I'm on the road a lot. I do a lot of town halls. And a lot of issues come up at these town halls. A lot of obstacles that Coloradans and Americans are facing that they would like to see their elected leaders help solve. But I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, the one topic that has never come up at a single town hall that I've held in my career, undersea cables. Just hasn't come up. Maybe my colleague in New York has a different experience. I don't know. I don't know if he hosts town halls. I would encourage him to do it. And maybe undersea fiber optic cables are a big deal in his district. I can tell you they're not in mine. My constituents aren't really concerned with slashing permit fees so that the largest technology companies on planet Earth can build fiber optic cables through marine animal sanctuaries. Like, that just isn't something that they're spending a lot of time thinking about. Who could blame them, given all of the concerns that they have in light of the economic conditions that they are experiencing by virtue of this administration's cruel policies that the House Republican caucus has abetted at every turn? Now, one could ask, Mr. Chairman, as I suspect you would, well, what's the gentleman from Colorado's suggestion? Lucky for you, Mr. Chairman, I have one. Because we know that one of the reasons that prices are going up across the board in the United States are tariffs. This president's reckless policies with respect to tariffs. And we have some solutions in that regard, ways that the Congress can finally stop abdicating its authority and exercise its powers with respect to tariffs. I think the chairman knows that because Speaker Johnson decided to tuck into the rule that we're considering today a measure that would prevent the House from considering any changes to the president's tariff policies for yet another 6 months. I'm going to read you a quote. Quote, "It will be the 4th time this rule vote putting a gag on tariff debates has been done. I don't think tariffs are good for the economy, manufacturing jobs, and the ag industry. American consumers pay the tariffs, and thus it is a big tax. I support giving these authorities back to the Congress." These aren't my words. These are Republican Congressman Don Bacon's words, your colleague, who agrees that what Speaker Johnson is trying to do is yet again gag the United States Congress. So to Mr. Bacon, I say thank you for your honesty. And to the rest of my colleagues, I say, where is your backbone? Where is your spine? Stand up for the Constitution as your colleague is doing. Stand up for the House of Representatives. Stand up for your constituents. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hopeful that perhaps that political courage that Mr. Bacon is showing will be contagious Maybe a few more of my colleagues will join him. In any event, I know we have a lot of speakers who are eager to talk on this subject. I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Before we proceed further, members are advised to address their comments to the chair, as distasteful as that may be in this instance. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Representative Ezell of the great state of Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2189, the Law Enforcement Innovate, De-Escalate Act of 2025, bipartisan legislation that modernizes our federal laws, firearms laws, to better align with 21st century technology and the real world needs of law enforcement officers in the communities they protect. The bill does something straightforward but important. It creates a new classification for less than lethal projectile devices and removes them from the outdated regulatory categories that were never designed with today's equipment in mind. For years, departments across the country have faced unnecessary hurdles acquiring proven less lethal tools that can make a life or death difference in a very high-stress environment. These tools, such as specialized projectiles intended to de-escalate confrontations, have helped officers reduce injuries for themselves and for the public. Yet the lack of clarity in the current law has made procurement difficult and compliance confusing. H.R. 2189 fixes that, establishing clear, common-sense definitions and regulatory pathways so that our law enforcement professionals can get the equipment they need without unnecessary delay or confusion. That's not just good policy, that's good public safety sense. This legislation represents a balanced approach. It upholds our commitment to the rule of law, supports our law enforcement safety, and provides additional tools that encourage de-escalation and reduce violence wherever possible. As a fellow law enforcement officer, I want to thank Congressman Fitzgerald for leading this valiant effort, and I'm proud to join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in advancing this forward. I urge a yes vote on H.R. 2189, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Congressman Neguse and Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleagues are trying to use today's procedural rule vote to sneak in a provision that would block a vote on Trump's tariffs for the next 6 months. I have a bill to end Trump's tariffs on Mexico, the United States' #1 trading partner that Republicans have been stalling for months. They've also blocked our bills to end the tariffs on Canada and the so-called Liberation Day tariffs. These tariffs have been a disaster for American families and businesses. Domestic manufacturing is in a downturn. Farmers are suffering, and the tariffs cost the average American household over $1,000 per household last year alone, according to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. But too many of our Republican colleagues would rather surrender their congressional authority than stand up to Trump. No, they would rather cross their fingers or pray that the Supreme Court settles this. Let's be clear. A vote for this rule is a vote in favor of Trump's illegal tariffs. It's a vote for higher costs for the American people, and it's an abdication of our duty as members of Congress. I urge my colleagues, Republican and Democrat alike, to vote no. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. You have 15 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle, would love to scapegoat everything on the president's tariff authority. And the question of affordability that they all of a sudden have gotten into their hands is rich, given that they presided over the worst inflation spike in 40 years. Under President Joe Biden, families paid more for everything, for food, for housing, transportation, energy. It all exploded on their watch when they ran 3 houses of government. Energy prices surged roughly 20%. In many parts of the country, electricity rates rose 30%. Democrats didn't just miss the problem, they caused it, and then they put their hands over their face and pretended like everything was okay. Those weren't abstract numbers. Those were kitchen table realities, and they remain kitchen table realities for working families who were lectured by Democrats to be patient while this transitory inflation that they claimed, they just spent trillions of dollars more and inflamed the problem all the more. And the difference today could not be any clearer. Gas prices are coming down. They're at their lowest level in under 4 years. Real wages rising again. Regulatory costs are finally being rolled back after years of Democrats using regulations as a weapon against affordability. President Trump and congressional Republicans are cleaning up the mess left behind, undoing the damage of the Biden economic policies, restoring confidence in rebuilding an economy that works for people who actually earn a paycheck. And that brings us to the rule before us today. The 3 bills under this rule all address affordability in the real world. They reduce unnecessary delays that drive up costs. They protect infrastructure Americans rely on every single day. And they support domestic production so families are not left paying more because Washington chose delayed dependence and dysfunction. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado who has 20 minutes left is recognized.
I thank the chairman. And whenever I have an opportunity to listen to one of my colleagues' speeches in this august body, I can always count on them to do 3 things: to say a noun, a verb, and Joe Biden. And my colleague from New York does not disappoint. This myopic obsession that they have with Joe Biden. But facts are facts. The price of beef has risen 16.4% since last year. Price of coffee up 19.8%. Price of lettuce up 7.3%. Frozen fish, 8.6%. In total, families paid $310 more for groceries during President Trump's first year in office compared to 2024. So spare us, these ruminations about Joe Biden. If they want to get serious about doing something about the cost crisis in our country, making life more affordable for Americans, there's an easy way to do it. Don't sneak in procedural roadblocks to considering tariff policies by the House. I want to now, Mr. Speaker, yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Washington who's been a principled leader on this issue with respect to tariffs, and Ms. Stelbene.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We find ourselves in an all too familiar situation. Speaker Johnson and House Republicans are trying again to prevent our ability to have an up or down vote on Trump's tariffs, like they have done multiple times over the last year. The president's chaotic trade war has been crushing businesses and raising prices on families across the country. I'm hearing from communities across Washington about the devastating impact of these tariffs. A small business owner in my district told me he's being tariffed out of business. I know my colleagues are hearing the same, especially from farmers who are often the first and hardest hit when countries retaliate against these tariffs. Yet despite all this damage, Republicans have sheepishly fallen in line behind the president and gone along with avoiding a vote. They'd rather bend the knee to the president than stand up for their communities. Affordability is the #1 issue facing families right now. Tariffs are taxes that raise prices, plain and simple. These illegal tariffs cost the average American family $1,700 last year. And today is an opportunity to break this cycle. But Republicans need to be part of the solution. This is a chance to stand up for our constituents who deserve to know that their elected representatives really work for them. If my colleagues think these sweeping tariffs are such a good idea, then vote for it. But stop hiding. We're not elected to dodge important issues just because we're afraid of the president. The Constitution gives Congress, not the president, authority over trade policy. I'm grateful for my colleagues who have been fighting with me against these tariffs since the beginning. I hope that more of them will find the courage to say enough is enough today. Vote no on the rule. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The representative from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the resolution and in support of H.R. 2189, the Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act. The bill will put life-saving, less lethal technology in the hands of more law enforcement and public safety officers. When the Gun Control Act of 1968 was enacted more than 50 years ago, It was not written with the intent to regulate less lethal projectile devices such as tasers. Unfortunately, if a taser or other device uses an explosive propellant to discharge a projectile, the ATF classifies it as a firearm. This makes it more difficult for law enforcement and public safety officers to obtain and use these devices. For starters, many states prohibit public safety officers from using firearms. In at least 12 states, correctional officers are unable to carry firearms in the course of their official duties. Many state laws also prohibit or restrict the use of firearms in schools and in hospitals, meaning security officers would be unable to purchase these devices. For police departments, law enforcement officers could be unfairly subjected to higher levels of liability exposure for discharging a quote-unquote firearm than a less lethal device. This includes my own state of Wisconsin, which includes in its definition of deadly force the discharge of a firearm. Mr. Speaker, that is why the Law Enforcement Innovative to De-Escalate Act is both necessary and important. H.R. 2189 makes a small but important change to the Gun Control Act's definition of a firearm to appropriately define a less lethal projectile device. It does so by instituting a 5-part test, ensuring only those devices that are truly less lethal will pass ATF scrutiny. It also exempts these devices from the firearm excise tax. The simple logic being that police departments and manufacturers should no longer be paying a firearm tax on a device that's no longer classified as a firearm. It was never intended to apply to them in the first place. It should not apply to them now. By making these simple changes, we are equipping our law enforcement and public safety officers with the best tools to keep our communities safe and our first responders out of harm's way. Innovation should be rewarded, not stifled, and this bill does just that. I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Correa, Congressman Schweikert, Congressman Stanton, for their leadership on this issue over the last 2 Congresses. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yield back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, I'm not going to dispute my colleague from Wisconsin's sentiment here. If you're looking to not pay taxes on tasers, he has you covered. Republican caucus has you covered. If you're struggling to pay for your groceries or your rent, you're out of luck. Out of luck as far as the House Republican caucus is concerned. But taxes on tasers, don't worry. They have a plan for that. They're working really hard to solve that existential challenge facing the country as we speak. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to strike Section 4, which would stop an attempt by Republican leadership to block the House from taking up or down votes on President Trump's disastrous tariff policies through the end of July. As you know, as the country knows, since March of last year, Speaker Johnson and the Republican majority have blocked up or down votes on these policies. Our view, as you know, is that these policies have been a disaster for the American people, and everyone knows it. We all remember, with great fanfare, President Trump announcing Liberation Day. The only liberation that any of our constituents have felt is the money departing from their wallets as this president increases prices on everyday consumers. It is wrong, and the Congress has a constitutional duty and responsibility to act. We know that these tariffs have costed the American people trillions of dollars. We know that according to the Joint Economic Committee, the average American family now pays an extra $1,625 in basic expenses thanks to the economic policies of this administration. The question is, why are Republicans hiding from an up or down vote on these tariff policies. In the Senate, multiple votes have been held on these policies. Joint resolutions to terminate the tariffs have been sent to the House, to the clerk here, on a bipartisan basis from the United States Senate, 4 different times. But Republicans, 4 different times, have done the opposite, delayed votes on these tariffs, essentially surrendering one of Congress's main functions to one man in the White House. During the September vote, several Republicans were apparently so frustrated by the process that they actually held out for about 45 minutes before they, of course, did what we all expect them to do: fold, strike a deal. One of them, I'll quote from one of my Republican colleagues, one of the temporary holdouts, who said, quote, "Under the Constitution, the power to impose tariffs is a congressional power and needs to be restored to Congress." Apparently, he switched his vote after issuing that statement because he got a commitment from the Speaker that this House would only block votes on tariffs until the end of January. Well, here we are, back again. The Republican caucus springing into action to do Donald Trump's bidding. He says jump, our colleagues say how high. Well, not all of our colleagues, maybe 1 or 2 of them, who, as I said, may show the courage tonight to vote their conscience. Republicans are trying to ram through yet another rule to hide from taking up or down votes, this time until the end of July. It is outrageous. Outrageous. And it is why we are offering this amendment. I'll close before yielding to the distinguished ranking member who's been a leader in this regard. I want to quote my colleague Tom Massie from Kentucky, Republican, who I think said it best. Quote, "Why haven't we voted on tariffs in the House of Representatives?" This is a Republican who said this. "Because Speaker Johnson is using Rules Committee resolutions consummated by majority votes of the whole House to declare that a day is not a day, in order to avoid the U.S. law that requires Congress to vote." These are Republican members of Congress, Tom Massie, Don Bacon, all saying what we know to be true, which is that the House is abdicating its duty. So I would encourage my colleagues, those of whom may find some semblance of a backbone, to defeat the previous question, and we can finally have an up or down vote in this body on whether to terminate President Trump's disastrous tariffs, starting this week with Canada, my colleague from New York's neighbor to the north. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from New York, whose proposal we will be considering, who has fought against these disastrous tariff policies at every turn. Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman yields and recognizes the gentleman from New York. The gentleman from the Empire State is recognized for 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Speaker, it's Groundhog Day again in Washington, D.C. You know, this week is an opportunity to drive down electricity costs, create jobs at home, by bolstering our exports of goods made in America. It's an opportunity to lower the cost of groceries and health care for families around our great country. But this Republican majority never misses an opportunity to do the opposite of addressing affordability for the American people. After all of the majority's procedural shenanigans last year, my resolutions ending President Trump's harmful tariffs on Canada and Mexico are due for a vote this week. But the Republicans couldn't let that stand. They're trying to change the rules again and again and again and again to do what? To avoid voting on ending Trump's tariffs. Just this week, new research from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation showed that the cost of tariffs the average American will pay well over $1,000. It will cost them even more. That's what it cost them last year, even more this year. And President Trump brags about the money generated from tariffs, but it is money ripped right out of the wallets of working families. Will this body listen to the affordability concerns of our constituents and retake our responsibility over Congress's Article 1 powers to tax and trade? No, they won't. Will they lower the cost of utilities and groceries, of medical devices around the United States that Americans need? No, they won't. What we are witnessing is one of the most astounding displays of cowardice in the modern history of Congress. It is truly a spectacle. In all my years, I have never seen a group of members so deeply afraid of just doing their job. The American people sent us here to address their affordability concerns. I had to say to one member of the administration just last week, do not continue to be a flunky of the president's. Don't be a flunky of the president. Don't block for the president if he's not doing the right thing. Work for the American people. Don't be flunkies for the president when you know he's wrong. Work for the American people. Let's vote on this. Let's have the bravery to vote on this. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I want to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the Supreme Court heard arguments on November 5th on this very issue of whether the Trump administration has the authority to impose the tariffs under the debate right here. Our extension of the tolling days is something Democrats did themselves back in the 116th and the 117th Congress. Unlike when they did it, ours has a clear end date, sunsetting in a matter of months, unlike the blanket prohibitions of COVID NEA resolutions under Democratic rule. This extension will allow the Supreme Court the time necessary to provide a ruling on this extremely consequential issue. And it is just amazing to hear the arguments about affordability while they presided over an era of government that exploded our national debt, exploded prices, not to the tune of $1,000, but tens of thousands of dollars on Americans across the board. And they still tried to convince people that their policies had nothing to do with it. And that's why this House is in Republican hands, the U.S. Senate is in Republican hands, and the White House is in Republican hands. Because it was part of the mandate given by the American people to reset the global trade order, to negotiate unfair trade deals that have happened over decades, both Republican and Democratic administrations alike, that took advantage of the American worker, that chased our jobs overseas, that ruined our supply chains. All of those things happened. The tariffs have been an important tool that the president has been able to use to create real trade deals, opening up markets for American products. We've seen it firsthand. We have new trade deals around the globe. America has come from a position of strength because of this tool, not a position of weakness. And we can't allow that weakness to prevail. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the rule because it contains H.R. 2189, the Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act. This is a terrible bill and $1 billion giveaway to gun manufacturers wrapped in a deceiving title. The corporate lobbyists pushing this bill claim it's an effort to prevent police violence, but in reality, it would make everyone less safe. In fact, the words law enforcement aren't even found anywhere in the bill. Even Gun Owners of America is not being shy about what the bill really does. They posted the summary online just today. They posted it's a bill exempting certain weapons from all firearms regulation under the Gun Control Act and National Firearms Act. No background checks, no questions asked. Nowhere in the bill text does it mention law enforcement because law enforcement already has and uses the power to purchase tasers. What the bill actually does is create a new loophole that will flood our communities with more weapons and new ghost guns. Axon and other companies will make and sell weapons that will benefit from this bill, but none of us will benefit from it. Our communities will be less safe. Every time the government creates a new opening, the gun industry will take advantage of it. I promise you, within weeks, there will be files online to 3D print the few parts you'll need to make this weapon you got without a background check into a gun that can shoot bullets, and within months, you'll be able to purchase those same parts online legally. When gun violence remains a leading cause of death in this nation for our kids, Congress must not hand unregulated weapons over to the public. We must not make Axon, a multi-billion-dollar company, even richer. I am someone who's experienced and witnessed both police violence and gun violence, and I want Congress to consider real reform as it relates to policing and gun violence prevention, like the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. This bill was rushed to the floor. We tried to make changes, but our edits were rejected. I'm going to vote no on this rule. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and folks should know that voting yes on this is voting yes on more guns in our communities.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2189 does not allow felons or violent criminals to gain access to anything new. It does not override state or local law, and anyone barred from possessing these devices today remains barred tomorrow. What this bill actually does is correct an outdated federal classification that treats tasers like deadly firearms. That outdated and absurd classification has driven up costs, created delays, and made it harder for law enforcement agencies to access less than lethal tools designed to specifically de-escalate situations and to save lives. Democrats are calling that clarity a loophole. In reality, the only thing that this bill closes is the gap between outdated law and modern policing. Instead of supporting officers who want safer alternatives to deadly force, Democrats are trying to scare the public with cherry-picked statistics and misleading claims. And let's be honest, if Democrats were truly concerned about public safety, they would not oppose a bill that encourages de-escalation and reduces the likelihood of fatal outcomes in encounters. Despite all of this rhetorical nonsense about policing in the United States, Democrats are standing in the way of this common sense measure. They cannot seem to support legislation that empowers law enforcement in any way, even when it keeps communities safe. But this pattern does not stop with this bill. Across all three bills before the House today, the choice is the same. Republicans are offering practical solutions to strengthen public safety, protect critical infrastructure, and secure our supply chains that our national security depends on. And Democrats are choosing, again, to delay, to distort, and defend broken systems and outcomes. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I hesitate to respond to my colleague from New York because, again, I think this rule is largely a smokescreen to just avoid a discussion on the president's reckless tariff policies. But insofar as my colleague is obsessed with cutting taxes on tasers, I suppose I'm compelled to respond. To simply say that what was just stated with respect to violent felons not being able to access tasers by virtue of this legislation, that is untrue. It's just untrue. They clearly, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are seeking to remove these particular weapons from the definition of firearm under federal law. And as a result, the various protections and safeguards that exist under federal law. They can make the argument that in certain states, there may be protections. That is not true of every state. But in any event, the larger question that every American who is watching C-SPAN now ought to ask themselves is, why is the U.S. House of Representatives spending so much time on debating cutting taxes for tasers? How did that manage to become the top priority of the House Republicans in Washington, D.C.? Inquiring minds would like to know. In any event, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great privilege to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the state of New York, the Democratic leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the distinguished gentleman, my great friend from the great state of Colorado, Representative Neguse, for yielding and for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this rule. Another reckless effort by the Republican majority to stop this House from doing something to stop the reckless Trump tariffs. Mr. Speaker, the House of Representatives, part of this Congress, is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Republican billionaire donors. We work for the American people. And the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, gives this House the explicit authority with respect to tariffs. And yet, because apparently my Republican colleagues have been ordered by the current president not to allow an up or down vote on whether his tariffs are harmful to the American people, once again we find ourselves discussing a rule to limit the ability of this Congress to act on behalf of the American people. This is consistent with what we've seen from the Republican majority, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this Congress, which unfortunately continues to act like nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. An agenda that's not helping the American people, it is hurting the American people. Yes, we have a cost of living crisis in this country. I know the president doesn't want to talk about it. He thinks it's a Democratic hoax. No, the affordability crisis in this country is not a hoax. It is very real. Working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans are suffering because of the failed Trump Republican economy. Donald Trump, his words, promised to lower the high cost of living on day one. More than a year later, in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, costs haven't gone down, costs have gone up. Housing costs out of control, healthcare costs out of control, child care costs out of control, electricity bills out of control, and the price of groceries and everyday goods completely out of control. And one of the reasons why the cost of living continues to crush the American people is because of the Trump tariffs, which have imposed thousands of dollars in additional costs on everyday Americans, making life even more expensive than it had been when this presidency began. Why is it so complicated for Donald Trump to keep his promise to the American people? To lower costs, to focus on making life more affordable. Instead, he's gone the opposite direction, imposing tariffs on our allies in Canada and Mexico, in Europe, across the world, without any clear strategy, having an adverse effect on the pocketbook of everyday Americans. And this Congress is charged constitutionally with the ability to say yes or no as it relates to tariffs that have been imposed. In fact, the president should have sought our authorization. Instead, he's using a fake emergency authority that hopefully the Supreme Court will make clear he does not have. And we certainly await that decision. But we don't need to wait for that decision. We don't work for the Supreme Court either. The House, the Article I branch of government, the institution that the framers decided should be the part of government that's closest to the American people, that reflects the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, the fears, the concerns, the anxieties, the passions, and the life experiences of the American people who are suffering right now in this failed Trump Republican economy. That's not just my simple observation. Fox News, the president's favorite news source, in a recent public opinion survey concluded that more than 70% of the American people believe correctly the economy is a disaster under this president. And one of the reasons why it's a disaster is because of the reckless Trump tariffs. And the Republican majority, Mr. Speaker, won't even allow an up or down vote. That's what this rule is about, silencing debate and the will of the people's representatives to do something meaningful to make life more affordable for the American people. And so I asked some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who know that this so-called mandate that Republicans apparently believe they had in the aftermath of the November 2024 elections, parenthetically, by the way, what mandate do you really think you have in this House when you have the narrowest majority that any party has had since 1930 during the Great Depression? In fact, we also know you wouldn't even be in the majority right now had you not stolen 3 seats from the people of North Carolina with mid-decade gerrymandering in 2024. So we don't want to hear anything about mandate. The only mandate we have collectively is to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, to drive down the high cost of living, to stop burying your head in the sand, to stop being a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, to stand up to him every now and then as part of a separate and co-equal branch of government. Stop the cult-like behavior, Mr. Speaker. It's hurting your very constituents. And so we have an opportunity, if we vote down this rule, to actually take up for consideration the resolution put forward by Congressman Meeks that would wipe out the unnecessary tariff imposed on our ally to the north in Canada. It's a step that should have been taken a long time ago, but Republicans have been blocking this vote. And I just hope that a handful of Republicans will join every single House Democrat in opposing this rule so we can get to a debate on the actual substantive effort to stop the reckless and dangerous and harmful Trump tariffs as part of our commitment as Democrats to do what's necessary to lower the high cost of living and to make sure that every single American in this country, when you work hard, when you play by the rules, you should be able to live an affordable life, a comfortable life, and live the good life. Not too much to ask for in the wealthiest country, America, in the history of the world. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement, which means backing off your extreme attacks on Social Security and Medicare. That's a Democratic commitment. And in order to help bring about that good life, Mr. Speaker, one of the most meaningful things that we can do as a body is to stop the harmful Trump tariffs. Vote no against this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Gentlelady from California is recognized. California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition to this Republican rule. Republicans continue to give President Trump a free pass to damage our economy and punish our American families with his illegal tariffs. The Constitution could not be clearer. Congress, not the White House, has the authority to impose tariffs. It does not belong to President Trump, no matter how many crazy rants he tweets out in the middle of the night. And yet Republicans continue to fold like cheap lawn chairs by refusing to allow a vote on Trump's tariffs. Instead of standing up for their constituents, they're acting as a cut and paste for Trump. Why? Because they're more afraid of his retribution than they are concerned about the budgets of their families back home. Families who are paying for Trump's endless trade wars. According to the Joint Economic Committee, Trump's tariffs cost American households more than $1,600 last year. That's $1,600. And that will continue to rise if Congress doesn't take the keys away from Trump. Maybe that's pocket change for Trump and his billionaire buddies. Higher prices on groceries, cars, housing, utilities, and other basic necessities don't impact them. But working families, small businesses, and farmers are certainly feeling the pain of these trade wars. Trump's tariffs are increasing prices on everything for them, and Republicans are letting it happen on their watch. My Republican colleagues have a choice. You can stop cowering to Trump and vote to strike down this rule, because Americans want an end to Trump's trade wars. Let's reclaim our constitutional authority and put an end to his abuse of tariffs once and for all. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's become impossible to ignore a defining feature of today's Democratic Party, and that's Trump derangement syndrome, which is a real disease. No matter what legislation is before this House, no matter how unrelated it is to President Trump, Democrats find a way to twist the debate back to him, his personality, what they hate about him, not text of the bill, not any of the real-world problems families are facing, just Trump over and over and over. And every time they do that, American people pay the price. When inflation exploded in 2022, after trillions of dollars in Democratic spending overheated the economy, families were drowning in higher grocery bills, higher gas prices, higher rents. All of it exploded, went out of control. It's a matter of fact. It's not a matter up for debate. It happened in this country. Democrats were not focused on fixing those things. Instead, they are focused on their latest Trump obsession. Whether the border collapse and millions of illegal immigrants poured into communities across our country, Democrats once again ignored the consequences of their own policies. Instead of securing the border or addressing affordability, they leaned harder into the same tired talking points and hysteria about President Trump. And voters saw right through that in the last election, and Democrats lost the popular vote. They lost the Electoral College. They lost every swing state on the map. Yet even after that decisive rejection, Trump derangement syndrome remains completely untreated. And instead of course-correcting, Democrats continue to defend wasteful programs, failed policies, bloated bureaucracy, while reflexively opposing every effort that President Trump and House Republicans are making to clean up the mess that they created. And here we are again today listening to the same theatrics. The American people are no longer entertained by those theatrics. They're focused on results. Lowering costs, securing the border, strengthening energy independence, and restoring accountability in Washington, in reshoring America's jobs and bringing manufacturing here back to the United States of America that their failed policies over decades have chased away. While Democrats remain stuck in the year 9, we're going on year 10 of Trump derangement syndrome, Republicans are focused on governing and delivering results for working families. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to once again remind my colleagues of what's actually in the rule before us today. The rule provides for consideration of 3 common sense bills: the Law Enforcement Innovate to De-Escalate Act, which we've talked about, the Undersea Cable Protection Act of 2025, and H.R. 3617, the Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act, which will strengthen our domestic critical mineral supply chain so that we can be stronger here at home and across the world. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. U.S. manufacturing is in retreat, and Trump's tariffs aren't helping. February 2nd, 2026, headline, Wall Street Journal. Apparently, Wall Street Journal has Trump derangement syndrome too, according to my colleague from New York. American consumers must also. Everyone apparently has it, except for House Republicans. By the way, I mean, my Republican colleagues talk enough about Joe Biden, one would be forgiven in thinking they miss him. As I said, noun, verb, Joe Biden, effectively the answer and the retort on my colleague's part to every question. The reality is that my Republican colleagues, as has been displayed and demonstrated time and time again, work tragically for one person, and that person is Donald Trump. And lest anyone doubt that, let's see if a few of them will have the audacity, the courage to vote against the rule today. I will close. I suppose we're getting close to closing here, but I will just say it bears repeating. I've quoted a lot of Don Bacon on the floor today, so if he's watching, I hope he'll forgive me in advance. But I'll just read again this tweet, this post, I suppose, on X from John Bresnahan of Punchbowl News, who quoted Mr. Bacon. Quote, "It will be the fourth time this rule vote putting a gag on tariff debates has been done. I don't think tariffs are good for the economy, manufacturing jobs, and ag industry. American consumers pay the tariffs, and thus it is a big tax. I support giving these authorities back to Congress." End quote. Republican U.S. Congressman Don Bacon. So spare us these stale and tired attacks about Trump derangement syndrome. These are your colleagues saying it, not me. My colleagues ought to do the right thing, vote against this rule, so that we can have an up or down vote on the disastrous Trump tariffs that are inflicting pain on the people that I represent in the great state of Colorado and across the country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Time has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
For years, Democrats told the American people not to believe what they could see with their own eyes. They said that crime was under control, our infrastructure was secure, and our supply chains were resilient, and our energy systems were just fine. The legislation under the rule today takes real steps towards fixing broken systems, supporting our law enforcement officers, protecting critical infrastructure, and rebuilding supply chains right here at home. I strongly support the rule before us today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1048, resolved that the following named member be and is
Mr.
hereby
Speaker, I ask
elected.
unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1042 and adoption of the House Resolution 1042 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the previous question on House Resolution 1042, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 1042, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2189 to modernize federal firearms laws to account for advancements in technology and less than lethal weapons and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 261 to amend the National Marine Sanctuaries Act to prohibit requiring an authorization for installation, continued presence, operation, maintenance, repair, or recovery of undersea fiber optic cables in a national marine sanctuary if such activities have previously been authorized by a federal or state agency, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 3617 to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act to secure the supply of critical energy resources, including critical minerals and other materials, and for other purposes,
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 214. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
We'd request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.